Mic check. Test, test, 1, 2. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Nortside Downs. It's event number 16 of the 2025 harness racing season. This afternoon, a 10-dash card of racing here live at Nortside with the first race post time set for 1 o'clock. Currently, North Sydney, we got cloudy skies, some showers overnight, but some sunny breaks expected this afternoon as we get set up for a great card of racing here. 10 races live from North Sydney, Nova Scotia on this Saturday afternoon. Track conditions have been rated good with a 2-second variant to open up today's card. Those track conditions, compliments of the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. The senior judge this afternoon is Mr. Danny McKinnon. The associate judges are Mr. Craig Mills and Mr. Joe Garib. On the starting gate and patrol judge today is Mr. Sean Tobin. Here are the afternoon's program and equipment changes. In the first race today, scratch the 3-entry Grandad's Pride Sick. The entry will not go. Also in the first, 6 State of Mind, the driver will be Randy Ghetto. Randy Ghetto will drive 6 State of Mind in the first. And the 8-entry Windermere Fluster removes the Tony Morgan. First race today is the Bobby Leet, the annual Bobby Leet Memorial Pace. No changes in the afternoon's second to start the pick 5 on Saturday at the Downs. It's the Gerald Jardine Memorial in the second today. Next changes come in race number 3. The third today is the Hartigan Campbell Memorial. The 2-entry Got It From My Mama removes the blind and goes to open and Hoodwith Cups. And there's a scratch of the 5, Lindale Pixie Sick today. The entry will not go. Fourth race is the Wendell W.J. Eddy Memorial to start the pick 4. 1 Mando Fun. Equipment change from closed to open and a Hoodwith Cups. Fifth race today is the Howie Collins Memorial with no program changes. Sixth race, the Ellsworth Memorial. There's an equipment change on 1 Don't Believe Me, Just Watch, who takes off the closed and goes to an open and Hoodwith Cups. Next change comes in race number 7. The 7th today is the John Beaver McCaskill Memorial, the 4 Salzbrook Honey. The driver will be Aiden Dix. And also in the 7th today, the 7-entry Joe's Dream Walking. The driver this afternoon is Sean Link. 8th race, the Angus and Clyde Buddy McKenzie Memorial. 6 Red Dirt Love and Life, scratched sick today. The entry will not go. Take out the 6 Red Dirt Love and Life in the afternoon's 8th. 9th race, winners over, is the Ray Bragg Memorial to start the late double. Here on Saturday at the Downs, it goes as programmed. And the 10th and final is the Michelle Rich Memorial for the Captain Jack. The driver today will be Aiden Dix. Aiden Dix on 4, the Captain Jack. That wraps up the afternoon's program and equipment changes at 12:36. We're 24 minutes away from the opener, the first of 10 here on Saturday afternoon at the Downs. Starts with the early daily double on the wagering menu, along with Triactor, Exactor, Superfecta, and Win Play Show. Entries will be on the track for post parade for the afternoon's opener in approximately 15 minutes. is going to open up the wings here. We're going to make sure that the track is safe for operating the starting gate through the stretch and into the turn. So please remain off the track. Thank you. An update on the track conditions. We have been able to determine that the starting gate with the wings open is good to go here on a track rated 2 seconds off to start. Good track. We are, however, going to adjust the first race post time because we had to make sure that the track was safe for the starting gate and the entries. 1:20 is going to be the first race post time, so we apologize for that delay. We had to ensure the track conditions are safe, as we mentioned. So entries will be on the track for post parade now. It's almost 1 o'clock, so in about post time was just adjusted 22 minutes to the first race. So entries will be on the track for post parade at in approximately 15 minutes. 15 minutes to post parade for the afternoon's opener. Just a notice to those with entries for the afternoon's first and second races. You're required in the paddock immediately, please. Entries for today's first and second. Please report to the paddock right away. And judges advising fenders and aprons to start the afternoon's card. Fenders and aprons, please, to start the afternoon's program. Again, post time adjusted to 1:20. And we'll have entries on the track for post parade in about 13 or 14 minutes. Linda, phone the judges stand, please. Linda, phone the judges. Just a notice to those participating in races 7, 8, and 9 this afternoon, those three memorial races, race 7, race 8, and race 9. There will be a presentation next to the winner's circle for all entries in those three memorial races. So if you're entered in the 7th, 8th, or 9th today, please come back for a presentation by those sponsoring those memorial races this afternoon. First race entries on track for Post Parade. It's the Bobby Leet Memorial Pace. The one Blondie's Boy is co-owned by Richie and Sandra O'Donnell. Richie O'Donnell trains. Keegan Madden will do the driving. 2 Sunshine Lucas. Kevin and Lucas Bailey are the owners. Kevin Bailey trains. This afternoon, Ryan Campbell will drive. The 3 Grandad's Pride is scratched. 4 Byron Rose. Wanda Michelitis, Mason, and Lucas Piercy are the owners. Jake Jacobs trains with Kerry Romeo. Five Red Dirt Legacy. Richie and Sandra O'Donnell are the owners. Richie O'Donnell trains with Mark Pazzarello. 6 State of Mind. The Carl Ghetto Racing Stable. Chris Liking are the owners. Carl Ghetto trains. Note the driver change. Randy Ghetto will steer. 7 Better in Love is owned, trained, and driven by Kevin Bailey. 8 Windermere Fluster rounds out the field. Norm Finder owns and trains. Sean Link will do the driving. First of 10 here on Saturday afternoon at Nortside. Memorial races all day today. The opener is the annual Bobby Leet Memorial Pace. Starts the early daily double. Open it up on Saturday at the Downs along with Triactor Exactor Superfecta Win Play Show Wagering. Final call for wagering here on the afternoon's opener at Northside. So we welcome you back to our 10-race card here on Saturday afternoon at Northside. A slight delay on the post time for the opener today. We had some rain overnight and had to ensure that track conditions were safe to get the card underway. Sunny skies in the forecast, so we're hoping things improve throughout the afternoon. A good track with a 2-second variant to open it up. And Shane Ryan up top here at the Downs. You're watching online this afternoon. You're looking at the 6 State of Mind to have gone to now as my top selection here in the first. Randy Ghetto will now drive for trainer Carl Ghetto and co-owner Chris Liking. The 7-year-old mare just 1 for 12 in the top 3 this season. But Randy has driven this mare in the past, and she was a winner here in 58 and change last year at Northside. 3 wins from 21 starts. So down at the bottom of the class ladder here at Northside, Randy hops on board. We're going to take a shot here on the veteran State of Mind. Right now, she is getting support at 8-5 as the second choice as we get set to go to post. To round out the exactor in the first, I went to the current favorite at 6-5. That's the 5 Red Dirt Legacy. Richie and Sandra O'Donnell co-own. Mark Pazzarello will drive the 3-year-old filly by Shanghai Phil, who did all the road work last week and just got beat by a half length and paced a good mile too, 2:01 flat. So she is definitely a major danger here to get her second lifetime win, and now moves in a spot on the wings with the scratch of 3 Grandad's Pride. So she could be the early leader and might be able to go right down the road today. Again, now the current favorite at 6-5, the 5 Red Dirt Legacy. For third, I went to the 2 Sunshine Lucas, was 3-1 on the morning line for Kevin and Lucas Bailey. Kevin has opted, is driving the 7 Better in Love that he also owns and trains, so he's called on Ryan Campbell for the catch drive call here with the 2-year-old Sunshine Beach Colt, who was 4th last week and was charted in 2-3 flat and has put in some good miles here. A 3rd place finish 2 weeks before on August 7th. So he's one that shows can leave and has been pacing some good miles with just 4 career starts. 8-1 right now if you want to hop on the 2 Sunshine Lucas. And for superfecta players, I'm going to go to the 4 Byron Rose, who had a couple issues with brakes in 2 previous starts, but returned last week for a qualifier here and looked good in doing so. finished second to Joe's Dream Walking. Paced in 2-4-1, but had a nice closing quarter as well of 29-1. So if Byron Rose can duplicate a performance like that, we think he's got a shot to round out the top four. And right now, Byron Rose taking some late support here at 5-2. Field of 7 to contest the afternoon's first here. First of 10 to open up the Saturday afternoon program at Northside. 6-5-2-4 are my top 4 selections in the first. Good luck with yours. Final call for wagering on the afternoon's opener. It's the annual Bobby Leet Memorial Pace. First race of the afternoon in the hands of the starter. It's post time. First of 10 on Saturday afternoon, Nortside Downs to open it up. Bobby Leet Memorial Pace scratched down to a field of 7 behind the McRae Home Hardware starting gate with Blondie's Boy and Keegan Madden. Sunshine Lucas, Ryan Campbell, Byron Rose, Kerry Romeo. Red Dirt Legacy, Mark Pazzarello. State of Mind, Randy Ghetto. Trailers Better in Love, Kevin Bailey, Windermere Fluster. Sean Link. There they go. Off and pacing and early right to the lead is a Sunshine Lucas into the turn. Byron Rose crossing over there second. Red Dirt Legacy got away third. From the back tier, Windermere Fluster crosses over to sit fourth. Better in Love in the early going looks at it fifth. Wide six to State of Mind. And then the early trailer off the rail is the 2-year-old Blondie's Boy. Up front, Ryan Campbell and Sunshine Lucas under some sunny skies now finally here at the Downs on Saturday afternoon. They'll make front and lead it past that opening quarter on Byron Rose. It's up in 30 and 2/5. Third at the inside, Red Dirt Legacy. Windermere Fluster goes fourth. Parked fifth is the State of Mind at 3/8. At the inside, sixth, a Better in Love. And the trailer continues to be Blondie's Boy. Off the 3/8 turn, Sunshine Lucas will be the midway point leader. Byron Rose continues to sit the pocket there second. Red Dirt Legacy staying in third. There goes Windermere. Fluster now underway on the outside fourth. Better in Love stays in fifth. State of Mind not advancing there sixth. And Blondie's Boy continues to trail seventh. The half's up in 1:01 and 2 and out of the pocket. Byron Rose quickly now on to engage. The leader, Sunshine Lucas, and Kerry Romeo is going to strike the front here well before the 3/4. Byron Rose has taken over. Sunshine Lucas there second. Red Dirt Legacy not advancing third. Windermere Fluster the outside fourth. Then State of Mind, Better in Love, and Blondie's Boy 3/4 and 1. 32-1, and the gray Byron Rose is clear by 5 with an eighth of a mile left to go. Sunshine Lucas there second. Red Dirt Legacy, Windermere Fluster. They're all in a fluster behind Byron Rose, who came in off a sharp qualifier last week and is going to score a maiden victory for Kerry Romeo in the afternoon's first. Red Dirt Legacy was second. Windermere Fluster finished third in 2:04 and 2. First race this afternoon is the annual Bobby Leet Memorial for 2025. Bobby Leet recorded 375 wins, 451 seconds, and 444 thirds as a driver with $200,000 in career earnings. One of Bobby's highlights of his driving career was piloting the filly Raylene Finesse to an Atlantic Sire Stakes victory at Tartan Downs. Leet also enjoyed success campaigning J.D. Amble, Half Ice, Capital Flow, Jimmy Tag, Featherman, R.E. Brandon, and L.H. Maribel, who was the aged mare of the year at Tartan Downs, while also catch driving for several fellow horse owners. Another win for Bob was August 31st, 76 with Gypsy Hill Sam at Bay State Raceway in Foxborough, Massachusetts. He may have not been the greatest harness driver or trainer, but the late Bobby Leet did not take a back seat when it came to dedication and love for the sport. Bob will always be remembered for his humor and vibrant personality. Sean Deering recalls Bobby as being a mentor not only to him, but also to others involved in the sport of harness racing, which is why he honors his friend's memory each and every year alongside Bobby's loving family and friends at Nortside. Bruce McGean had kind words to say about Bobby Leet, the man and the horseman. Bobby was a great welding instructor at Cape Breton Regional Vocational School. He didn't play favorites, but if you wanted to learn, he was more than willing to put all of his efforts into teaching you. I assume he was the same in the barn, as he always had good help with Sean Deering, Wendell Eddy, Rob Cox, and his son Snooter, to name a few. Bobby's 375 wins, several horses with Cyril Reddy, and grateful to have had him for a welding instructor, as he is the reason I would out on my own and have the business I have today. Thank you to Sean Deering, Windsor, Ontario, for continuing to keep Bobby's memory alive, a true friend. There's Byron Rose back in the first race winner's circle at Nortside. The 3-year-old Grey Colt by Tobago Cays out of the Seagull Hershey Dam. Papa's Little Rose. For Wanda Michelitas, Mason and Lucas Piercy. Jake Jacobs does the training. Kerry Romeo guided the colt to his first win in his 8th lifetime start to open it up on Saturday at the Downs. In the annual Bobby Leet Memorial, family and friends trackside with the cooler presentation. A maiden score for Byron Rose in the first for Kerry Romeo in 2:04.2. And we'll just remind folks joining us this afternoon for those memorial race presentations in the winner's circle, please take your time going across the track as entries are warming up throughout the afternoon. Afternoon's first race is now official. Blondie's Boy finished 6th. Sunshine Lucas was 4th. Grandad's Pride was scratched. Byron Rose, the race winner. Red Dirt Legacy 2nd. State of Mind was 5th. Better in Love 7th. Windermere Fluster finished 3rd. Fractions were 30-2, 101-2, 132-1, and the mile 204-2. That's a maiden mark for 4 by Ron Rose. Top down at 6-4 scratch. 125, 7, then 3 on the bottom. Byron Rose paid $410, $820, and $340 across the board for the winner. Red Dirt Legacy at $350 and $230, and Windermere Fluster $3 to show. 4-5 exactor in the afternoon's first, $34 even. The 4-5-8 try, it paid $303.30, and the $1 superfecta 4-5-8-2 at $417.45. Afternoon second race comes up next to start the Pick 5 on Saturday at the Downs with a 20-cent minimum wager. It's the Gerald Jardine Memorial Pace. No program changes, and post time in 9 minutes.
what a night it's going to be for harness racing.
They're off and pacing.
They win the Gold Cup in Charger.
Great stretch drive here at the Downs. Second race entries on track for post parade. Gerald Jardine Memorial in the afternoon. Second, Shadow Cross Hooper the one. Richie and Sandra O'Donnell and Gage O'Connor co-own. Richie O'Donnell trains with Mark Pazzarello. Two, Whims Wonder. Kevin Bailey drives for owner-trainer Travis Campbell. Three, Beers on Me. Heather Hawkins owns and trains. Gerard Kennedy drives. Four, Savoie de Hara for Harold LeBlanc Jr. and Joe LeBlanc. Harold LeBlanc Jr. training and driving. Five, Revenant rounds out the field. Kyla McDonald, Tyler and Colby Link are the owners. John Hocko trains. Sean Link is in the bike. It's a field of five to contest the afternoon. Second, Gerald Jardine Memorial starts that pick five on Saturday at the Downs. 20-cent minimum wager, along with Triactor, Exactor, Superfecta, and Win Place Show. 4 minutes to second race post time. So a short field of five to contest the afternoon second, and a very even betting board here. Lots of options to start the pick five. I went to the rail. Shadow Cross Hooper is my top selection. for the O'Donnells, Gage O'Connor and Mark Pazzarello. A four-time winner this season from 14 starts, and finished fifth in his last try. Was parked last week here on the 23rd through some good fractions and an optional 9,000 claimer. But you can see on the program when he draws inside and can get to the lead, he's proven to be tough to beat. Back in mid-July in the 19th, a wire-to-wire winner for Mark at 59-2. Did the same back in late June, wire-to-wire scoring 59-3. And way back in mid-June, just got nipped after being on the lead all the way. He should be the early leader in here and could maybe choose to sit pocket, but I think he's sitting 1 or 2 for most of the race, and based on that, we're going to give him a shot here to open up the pick 5. 2-1 right now. We got 4 of the 5 entries at 2-1. You can't get a more even betting board than that. We'll lean on Shadow Cross Hooper for Pazzarello on top in the afternoon second. For second, I went to the 3-entry Beers on Me, who got a wake-up call from Gerard Kennedy last week for owner-trainer Heather Hawkins. Left hard off the rail through some scorching early fractions, 27-4 and 57. And when it was all said and done, had a new race win record of 158 flat. Beers on Me, 4-year-old source of pride gelding with 3 wins from 14 starts on the season. Moves up in class for this event, and I don't think Gerard will be able to put him on the front, but you know what? Call me a liar again if he does, because last week I said he wouldn't leave off the rail, and bam, he was on the front lickety-split. So Beers on Me's in good form and taking some support here at 9-5 with just a minute to post. They're playing the Triactor at 3-1 right now. I'll go to the 5 Revenant. Kyla McDonald, Tyler and Colby Link team up with trainer John Hocko and driver Sean Link. Sean has driven the 11-year-old veteran his last 3 starts. 4th in the Winners Over back on August 2nd. Then dropped down in class and just got nipped by 2 points in 59 flat. And was parked here last week in the non-winners of 1001. Finished 5th, but still charted in 59-4. I think Revenant will probably try to do it from off the pace here today, but it is a short field of 5. 32 lifetime wins for the 11-year-old, gelding by If I Can Dream, and a former top-class horse here at the Downs who's been moving back and forth as the Winners Over. Would not surprise me if Revenant steps up here today and gets his 33rd lifetime victory. And if you're playing the Superfecta in the second today, I will go to the 4 Savoie de Hara, 4th in his latest try in the non-winners of 1001 at a ground-saving trip for Harold LeBlanc Jr. 2 starts back, a good second to Halmac Napoleon, who we'll see later in the Winners Over, and had another second in a win prior to that and a third. So 4 of his last 5 starts, Savoie de Hara has been in the top 3, so I might be underestimating him a little bit here. And 9-1 right now is a nice price on 4 Savoie de Hara, who's been a good acquisition for the LeBlancs since arriving here at Nortside earlier this season. 1, 3, 5, 4 are my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours. Final call for wagering here in the afternoon. Second to start the pick 5, it's the Gerald Jardine Memorial Pace. And let's send out a happy 77th birthday greeting tomorrow to Carter Gale. Hope the sun's shining down in Margaree this afternoon, Carter. As we've been told by Diane, you're tuning in on Nortside Downs, probably YouTube, Universum Media, or maybe HBIBet.com. So happy 77th to Carter Gale tomorrow from your family and friends here at the Downs. Second race of the afternoon. Field of 5 behind the McRae Home Hardware starting gate. It's post time. It's Shadow Cross Hooper and Mark Pazzarello, Wims Wonder, Kevin Bailey, Beers on Me, Gerard Kennedy, Savoie de Hurrah, Harold LeBlanc Jr., Revenant on the outside for Sean Link. Gerald Jardine Memorial in the afternoon second, post time. And there they go, off and pacing, and wow, Shadow Cross Hooper, you couldn't be handed the lead any easier there into the turn. So Pazzarello obliged off the rail and quickly opened up a quick 4 here over Wims Wonder, who will sit pocket second. Beers on Me drops in third. Savoie de Hurrah away fourth, and Revenant will see this short field of 5 from back there in fifth. They're in programmed order here at the Downs in the afternoon second, and Shadow Cross Hooper can just roll along here to that quarter in his own time as nobody within 3 lengths here. 30-1 opened it up. Wims Wonder will draft along probably a long way second. Beers on Me at 3/8 for Kennedy. He's looking like he might pull out there first up third. Savoie de Hurrah staying in at this point from fourth. And Revenant continues to trail back there in fifth. Off the 3/8 turn, Shadow Cross Hooper will have some company at the opening half mile. Beers on Me off that lifetime best 58 trip. On to engage now second. Wims Wonder gapping the pocket a bit there third. Revenant looks to catch that cover second over for Sean Link fourth. Savoie de Hurrah now shuffle back to trail fifth. The half's up in 101 and 3. Shadow Cross Hooper next to 3/4. Beers on Me came to call early. Stalled on the outside there second. Revenant trying to close in from third. At the inside fourth, the Wims Wonder. Savoie de Hurrah yet to be heard from fifth. At 3/4, it's still Shadow Cross Hooper. Beers on Me back on just a neck away second in 1:31 and 3. Revenant right there now third with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Gerald Jardine Memorial. Beers on Me trying to go back-to-back here for Kennedy and Hawkins into the stretch. Revenant now looms the danger on the outside second. Then Shadow Cross Hooper, Sean Link, and Revenant. Beers on Me. Revenant on the line to win it. Beers on Me was second. Wims Wonder stayed for third in 2:03-1. Afternoon second race, the Gerald Jardine Memorial for 2025. Gerald started his career in the 1950s, training and driving for the boys from Port Hood. Richard Moran, Henry McMillan, and D.A. McDonnell. Some of his favorite horses were Max Stout, Lou Dominion, and West River Ed. After retiring from training and driving, and Gerald was paddock judge first at Tartan Downs and then at Nortside Downs. He was a member of the Maritime Harness Racing Commission and was inducted into the Cape Breton Horsemen's Hall of Fame. Gerald truly loved the horse racing industry. His legacy and love of horses continues to live on through his sons Ralph and Kevin, who are still involved in the industry through breeding and racing horses such as Harbor Light Jerry and Harbor Light Ambrose. Second race today, the Gerald Jardine Memorial Pace. Cooler presentation in the second is going to go to the 5-entry Revenant on his way back. The 11-year-old bay gelding by If I Can Dream is out of the Dragon Again Dam Dragon Fest. For co-owners Kyla McDonald, Tyler, and Colby Link, John Hocko does the training. Sean Link guided the pacer to his second win here in 2025 and 33rd lifetime victory. Family and friends trackside honoring the late Gerald Jardine with the Memorial Pace and that nice cooler here for 2025. Today it goes to Revenant and Sean Link in the afternoon second in 2:03-1. Afternoon second is now official. Shadow Cross Hooper was fifth. Wims Wonder third. Beers on Me second. Savoie Duhara fourth. Revenant was the race winner. Fractions of 30-1, 101-3, 131-3, and the mile 203-1 for 5. Revenant. Top down, it's 5-3-2, 4, then 1 on the bottom. Revenant returned 660. 380 and 210 across the board. Beers on Me 390 and 210. And Wims Wonder $2.10 to show. Early daily double returned $80.90. The 4-5 double. 5-3 exactor in the second at $26.10. 5-3-2 triactor $124.40. And the $1 superfecta 5-3-2-4 at $148.65. Third race comes up next. It's the Hardigan Campbell Memorial Pace. Scratch the 5, Lindale Pixie. 2 Got It From My Mama, going from closed to open, and a Hood with Cups. Field of 7 to contest the afternoon's third in 8 minutes.
Visit Governor's Pub and Eatery in downtown Sydney today and experience the perfect blend of delicious food, craft beer, and live music in our dining room, pub, patios, and beer garden. Our menu offerings are made from scratch, right down to the hand-cut fries, freshly made bread, and delicious desserts baked daily. Indulge in mouth-watering dishes, harborfront sunsets, and immerse yourself in the live local music scene. Governor's Pub and Eatery, where every bite, sip, and rhythm create unforgettable memories.
Third race entries on track for Post Parade. DA Players Delight, the one, is owned, trained, and driven by Martin Bates. Two Got It From My Mama. Bobby Campbell owns and trains. Ryan Campbell drives. 3 Elm Grove Quinn for Russell and Doug McDonald. Doug McDonald trains with Keegan Madden. 4 The Iron Man, Aiden Dix in the bike for owner-trainer Joe Nearing. 5 Lindale Pixie is scratched. 6 Sports Destiny, Mark Pazzarello drives for owner-trainer Kevin Bailey. 7 Rock in Your Boots, Kevin Bailey, Rebecca McKenzie, Kim Gottwald, Sandra O'Donnell are the owners. Kevin Bailey training and driving. 8 The Fascinator rounds out the field for owner-trainer driver Jack Ellsworth. Scratch down to a field of 7 for the afternoon's third. It's the Hardigan Campbell Memorial Pace Triactor Exactor Superfecta Win Play Show wagering. 3 minutes to third race post time, and we'll send out another birthday greeting here on Saturday afternoon. Next Tuesday, Gary Chislett will celebrate his 79th birthday. Happy birthday upcoming Tuesday, Gary, from your family and friends here at the Downs. Three minutes to post time to the afternoon's third. The 1 DA Players Delight is at 3-1 and was a winner in his debut here for owner-trainer driver Martin Bates at the Downs last week on the 23rd. The 3-year-old gelding by Shadow Play was parked out most of the mile and still prevailed in the non-winners of 1 and 2 and 201 flat. And off of that impressive performance here to start his career at the Regent Street Oval, we're going to go right back to him to double up in the Hardigan Campbell Memorial today. So Bates and DA Players Delight looking for 2 in a row at Nortside. They're 3-1 right now, our top selection in the afternoon's third. For second, I went to the 2 entry, Got It From My Mama. 4-year-old mare by Mock of Bali Keeled for owner-trainer Bobby Campbell, Ryan Campbell in the bike. 8 third-place finishes from 13 starts on the season, and wouldn't the Campbells like to win this one today? To get Got It From My Mama, her first win on the season. She's got a legit shot here for sure. Despite looking for her first career win, she should get a good trip from post 2 for Ryan, and right now is getting quite a bit of support at 2-1. You're playing the Triactor in the third today. The 4, the Iron Man, is 3-1 on the morning line and bet down to 2-1 right now for Aiden Dix and owner-trainer Joe Nearing. The Iron Man already has 2 wins on the season and comes in off a 6th place finish, shuffled back early for Evan Wilson here last week. Did chart, though, in 202, and his last 3 trips, actually, hasn't drawn well and paced some good closing quarters, but just hasn't got into it early. Should have a real good chance to do that today, leaving from this mid-pack post, and Aiden Dix did guide the Ironman to that last victory in the non-winners of 351 on July 26th. That's probably why he's getting some support here as well at 2-1 as we get set to go to post. And if you're playing the Superfecta 6 Sports Destiny, picks up Mark Pazzarello today on the catch drive for owner-trainer Kevin Bailey. The 3-year-old gelding by Sports Writer has been on the board in 5 of 11 in his first kind of full season of races. Had a couple starts in 2024. Draws outside, but has hit the board in the last 2 with Ryan Campbell on the bike. A second on August 7th, third on the 23rd. So despite that outside post, we still think he can round out the Superfecta. It was 5-1 on the morning line, and wow, he's going to light up the tote board here if he can prevail for Pazzarello at 37-1. 1, 2, 4, 6 are my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours. Starter Sean Tobin as that McRae Home Hardware starting gate in motion for the afternoon's third. It's post time. Third race of the afternoon, Hardigan Campbell Memorial. Scratched down to a field of 7 DA players. Delayed, and Martin Bates got it from my mama, Ryan Campbell, Elm Grove, Quinn, Keegan Madden, the Ironman, Aiden Dix. Lindale Pixie is out. Sports Destiny, Mark Pazzarello, Rockin' Your Boots, Kevin Bailey, the Fascinator, Jack Ellsworth. Here they come. And there they go, off and pacing. 3 wide, they're leaving out there into the turn. DA Players Delight, got it from my mama. The Ironman powering up now from third. Away fourth is the Sports Destiny. Fifth from the back tier, Rockin' Your Boots. Sixth on the outside in the early going, we find Elm Grove Quinn. And the trailer back there in seventh is the Fascinator. They go to the backstretch for time 1. It's the 3-year-old Shadow Play Gelding DA Players Delight. And Merton Bates on point in the Hardigan Campbell Memorial. Got it from my mama. Left herd for Campbell and gets the 2-hole ride. 29-2 opened it up. We got a Regent Street parking ticket in the afternoon's third. Bates issued it, and Hollywood Dix has got it. The Ironman forced to drive on here. No holes, no friends to be found. Fourth at the inside for Sports Destiny. Backfield rolling there from fifth with Elm Grove Quinn. Sixth at the inside, Rockin' Your Boots. The Fascinator trails back there in seventh. 5 in. 2 abandon the pylons. DA Players Delight over the half in a snappy 1 minute 4 fifths and leads by 2 on Got It From My Mama down at 5/8. Sports Destiny needs a way out there third. The Ironman continues to live on fourth. Fifth at the inside with nowhere to go for Rockin' Your Boots. 3 wide, sixth Elm Grove Quinn. And the trailer continues to be the Fascinator. DA Players Delight, though, still by 3 at 3/4 for Bates. And was there in 1:32-2. Sports Destiny on to second. Got It From My Mama. Rockin' Your Boots. 3 of them chasing maybe in vain here with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. DA Players Delight into the stretch. Sports Destiny. Got It From My Mama. Rockin' Your Boots. The battle's on for the deuce. DA Players Delight is 2 for 2 at Nortside. And Martin Bates is going to the winner's circle in the Hardigan Campbell Memorial over Sports Destiny. And Rockin' Your Boots in 2:03-3. Third race at Nortside on Saturday afternoon is the annual Hardigan Campbell Memorial Pace. Hardigan was born into Waterford and had love of horses his entire life. He would be found with his two older brothers, John, Alex, and Ewan, any place there was a horse, purchasing his first by the name of MC Council. Back in 1959, Hardigan drove all over the Maritimes throughout his career, including the Cape Breton Turf Club in Tartan Downs, Nortside Downs, Inverness, Port Hood, Charlottetown, Summerside, and way back in the day at Brown's Raceway in Scotchtown. He was inducted into the Horsemen's Hall of Fame here in Cape Breton in 2004, and along with MC Council, owned horses such as Arabian Night, Dr. W.A., Midnight Sun, Mighty Raymore, Kenton Sealster, MD Jamie, Country Buddy, and many more. His more recent being the proud moments he had racing Lone Star Hot Stuff and Presidential Rage, who was the Cape Breton Island Horse Owners Association 2013 Horse of the Year. Hardigan went out a winner. Hardigan and his wife Georgie's love of horses were shared with his entire family, not only growing up with horses alongside his brothers, his children Mabel, Donnie, Bobby, and Kathy, Colleen, Dave Kelly, and Darlene, Roddy Hurley, were taught to love horses and the sport of harness racing. Hardigan was rarely seen without his sidekicks, his son Bobby and grandson Ryan, along with grandsons David and Colin Kelly, and grandson Colton and daughter Taylor Hurley. As you can see, the Campbell families all play a big part into harness racing for generations to come. Hardigan and Georgie have kept their family up close to personal and what meant so much to them. Hardigan's biggest accomplishment in his life, both on and off the track, was his family, a true family man. Today we celebrate and honor the lifetime of memories Hardigan gave to the horse racing industry. We miss you dearly. Hardigan Campbell Memorial in the afternoon's third to D.A. Players Delight, the 3-year-old bay gelding by Shadow Play out of the Better's Delight Dam, Shelley's Delight. Owned, trained, and driven to victory by Martin Bates. That's 2 in a row since arriving at the Downs for D.A. Players Delight. Gets his third win on the season. Large contingent of the Hardigan Campbell family trackside with the cooler presentation. And we'll send a little shout out this afternoon to grandsons Colin and Dave Kelly. Colin having a tremendous run in the United States this year, primarily at Yonkers and Monticello and Tioga Downs. And, of course, Dave, mainstay out in Alberta at Century Downs and Century Mile. Continued success, guys, and hope you're tuned in this afternoon for the Hardigan Campbell Memorial in the afternoon's third. The D.A. Players Delay to Martin Bates in 2:03 and 3. Afternoon's third is official D.A. Players Select. The winner got it for my mama fifth. Elm Grove Quinn was fourth. The Iron Man finished sixth. Lindale Pixie was scratched. Sports Destiny second. Rockin' Your Boots third. The Fascinator finished seventh. 29 and 2, a minute and 4. 132 and 2, and the mile 203 and 3 for one D.A. Players Delight. Top down, your program should read 154. 6 scratch 2, 3, then 7 on the bottom. D.A. Players Delight 380, 330, and 280. Across the board for the winner, Sports Destiny at 310 and 360, and Rockin' Your Boots $14.40 to show. 1-6 exactor in the third today. It returned $19.50. The 167 triactor at $251.90. And the $1 Superfecta 1673, $146.40. Afternoon's fourth comes up next. It's the annual Wendell W.J. Eddy Memorial to start the pick 4. One Mando Fun, closed to open, and a hood with cups. Field of 6 for the W.J. Eddy Memorial. Post time in 8 minutes. And for the call of the afternoon's fourth today, we welcome back to the booth Mr. Justin Turnbull.
Are you looking to take your home entertainment and relaxation to the next level? J.R. Ahys has everything you need. Whether you're a grilling enthusiast, movie buff, or in need of some serious indulging, we got you covered. Come browse our selection of Napoleon grills built with premium construction and state-of-the-art features. Relax in comfort with one of our cozy massage chairs designed to melt away stress and tension. And catch all the latest shows and movies on a new Samsung television with stunning picture quality. Why settle for anything less? Visit J.R. Ahys today and experience the ultimate in home entertainment and relaxation.
The afternoon's fourth race entries are now on track for post-parade. The Wendell W.J. Eddy Memorial. The 1 Mando Fun will parade at the back. 2 Wine and Cheddar is owned by Leah Berry. Arden Mofford trains and drives the 2 Wine and Cheddar. Three Tobin's Party for Kenzie McDonald and Adam Link. Adam Link trains and drives the 3 Tobin's Party. 4 Daddy's Eyes is owned and trained by Shan Cox. Ryan Campbell drives the 4 Daddy's Eyes. 5 Sunny Jacks is owned by Deborah Rankin. Arden Mofford trains. Sean Link drives the 5 Sunny Jacks. 6 Sidekick for Wanda Michelitis and Carrie Morrison. Jake Jacobs does the training. Carrie Romeo drives the 6 Sidekick. Down to 4 minutes to post time here on the afternoon's fourth race. Kicks off the pick 4. Triactor Exaptor Superfecta. Win Play Show Wagering. 4 minutes till fourth race post time. With down to 3 minutes to post time here on the afternoon's fourth race, I landed on the 4 entry, and here's my top selection. Daddy's Eyes for Ryan Campbell. Comes in off a 6th place finish last week for Carrie Romeo to Keeper of the Realm in 202-1, closing it out in 31-1-1. Got 2 wins this season from 13 starts, so for first, I'll go the 4 Daddy's Eyes and Ryan Campbell here in the fourth. Now entering the track is the 1 entry, Mando Fun. He's owned by Aubrey Cameron and Brenda McQueen. Aiden Dix trains and drives the 1, Mando Fun, and I'll throw him in for second in my pick. He's coming off a 4th place finish to Don't Ask Logan last week, charting his own mile in 2 minutes 4/5. Closed it out in 30 seconds flat. 2 starts down. He was a 2nd place finisher to Wim's Wonder, where he did chart in 1:59.1, closing it out in 29.3. He's got 2 wins this season for 14 starts with a season's best of 2:02.4. So for second, I'll go to the 1, Mando Fun, at Aiden Dix here in the 4th. For third, I'll go to the outside post 6 with Sidekick. Comes in off of a 1st place finish last week for driver Mark Pazzarello, charting in 2 minutes 3/5. 2 starts back, Kerry Romeo did drive him to a 6th place finish to Sonny Jacks in 2:03. Got 1 win this season from just 12 starts. So for third, I'll go to the grandstand side post 6 Sidekick and Kerry Romeo here in the 4th. If you're playing the Superfecta, I'll go to the odds-on choice in here, the 2, Wine and Cheddar. Comes in off a 4th place finish on August the 20th in Inverness to Custard's Dungeon in 2:02.1 for driver Arden Mofford, closing out in 29.2. 2 starts back, was a 2nd place finisher to Sonny Jacks for driver Aiden Dix in 2:02.1. She's got 1 win this season from 16 starts, so for 4th, I'll go to the 2, Wine and Cheddar, as they are currently the odds-on choice at 4-5. Four, 1, 6, 2 are my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours. Final call for wagering here on the afternoon's 4th race. Eric calls the horses. It's post time for the afternoon's 4th race. We'd like to send a happy birthday to Lisa LeBlanc. Hope you're having a great day today at the races, Lisa. Happy birthday. Afternoon's 4th race lines up with a field of 6 behind the McRae Home Hardware Building Center starting gate. Mando Fun, Aiden Dix. Wine and Cheddar, Arden Mofford. Tobin's Party, Adam Link. Daddy's Eyes, Ryan Campbell. Sonny Jacks, Sean Link. And Sidekick on the grandstand side for Kerry Romeo. The Wendell W.J. Eddy Memorial, top of the stretch. As they're approaching the start, they're off and pacing. Mando Fun along the rail, firing out of there into the turd. Wine and Cheddar goes second. Tobin's Party is there third. Sonny Jacks can see them fourth. Sidekick is fifth. And Daddy's Eyes made a break back there, but he's regathered back there in sixth. Aiden Dix had rail control. He's got Mando Fun right up on the front. Wine and Cheddar goes second. Tobin's Party can see them third. Sonny Jacks goes fourth. Sidekick is fifth. And Daddy's Eyes, he is the early trailer back there in sixth. As they have arrived at the opening quarter, led by Mando Fun and Aiden Dix, the opening quarter was up in 30 and 3/5. Wine and Cheddar goes second. Tobin's Party can see them third. Sonny Jacks is fourth. Movement from fifth. There goes Sidekick. And Daddy's Eyes shoots the gap back there in sixth. as they're coming in front of us for the first time. Mando Fun, the midway point leader here in the fourth. Tobin's Purdy, he's first to call on the outside second. Wine and Cheddar is there third. Sonny Jacks, he angled off the cones fourth. Then it'll be Daddy's Eyes and Sidekick as they're halfway home in 101 and 2. Mando Fun got a little bit of a breather there in the second quarter. Tobin's Purdy's first up second. Wine and Cheddar's third. Sonny Jacks, he's on the outside fourth. Daddy's Eyes, he shoots the gap fifth. Sidekicks the trailer back there at sixth as they're backstretch bound to three quarters. Mando Fun still the boss. Tobin's Purdy, though, he's still on the outside second. Wine and Cheddar with Love Racing Room third. Sonny Jacks is on the outside fourth. Three quarters was up in 131 and 4. Mando Fun still the boss. Tobin's Purdy is on the outside second. Sonny Jacks is three wide third. Wine and Cheddar with Love Some Racing Room there fourth. Three wide as they turn for home. Mando Fun the leader. Wine and Cheddar had a perfect pocket ride. She angles out for a shot. Battles on for third. As they are coming to the wire, Aiden Hollywood Dix got up to win with Mando Fun. Wine and Cheddar up for second. Looked like Daddy's Eyes come up the rail for third. Mando Fun stopped the clock in 2:03 flat. The afternoon's fourth race was the Wendell W.J. Eddy Memorial. Wendell Eddy passed away in June 2016 at the age of 51. A Sydney native for most of his life. As a young boy, you would find him at the track, Cape Breton Turf Club, later known as Tartan Downs. Like all young kids around the track, once you started hanging out with all your friends, the track became part of your life. As in Wendell's case, it was his life. As he grew into his teens, his parents didn't have a look very far to find him. Yes, Wendell was across at the track. Wendell was a horseman who lived his life for the racetrack and the horses that he trained, groomed, and yes, even cleaned their stalls. So his love for the standardbred was second to none. He was the registered owner of Demonithing Force. Every horse that Wendell trained or warmed up on race day, that horse was his first time that he spent with. He became so attached to each horse that their owners always knew that their horses were in good hands with Wendell. The past 2 years, one horse that he became found with was Chapter. Wendell would tell Greg Sparling if Chapter didn't race well, it was because he, Wendell, wasn't available to warm up on that particular race day. Wendell always had an answer. Wendell also spent many of his days working around the Hocko stable with Butch, Melissa, and John. Mando Fun is returned back to the fourth race winner's circle. The 12-year-old brown pacing gelding by Badlands Hanover out of the Ball and Chain Dam Millennium Ball is owned by Aubrey Cameron and Brenda McQueen. Aiden Hollywood Dix is in the bike for the win. Third on the season for Mando Fun. That'll be his 44th lifetime. Mile was up in 2:03 flat. Family and friends trackside with the cooler presentation in the Wendell W.J. Eddy Memorial Pace. The afternoon's fourth race is now official. Mandel Fun, the race winner. Wine and Cheddar was second. Tobin's Party third. Tobin's Party was fourth. Daddy's Eyes third. Sonny Jacks was fifth. Sidekick was sixth. Fractions were 30 and 3, 101 and 2, 131 and 4, and the mile 203 flat for Mando Fun. Top down, your program should read 124, 35, 6 on the bottom. Mando Fun paid $6, $4, and $2.10. The 2 Wine and Cheddar $6.10, $7.30, and the 4 Daddy's Eyes $2.90 to show. $2 exactor for 1 and 2, it paid $23.40. The $2 triactor 124, it paid $45.50, and the $1 superfecta for 1243, it paid $64.15. Afternoon's fifth race comes up next, the Howard Collins Memorial, in approximately 7 minutes.
Fifth race entries on track for post parade. Rockin' for Real, the one, is owned, trained, and driven by Jason McNeil. 2 Elm Grove support for the Done for the Day stable in Waterford, trained by Angus Gillis and driven by Keegan Madden. 3 Keeper of the Realm, Gussie Burns owns, Bobby Campbell trains, Ryan Campbell will drive. Four entry, Jim's Big Thrill for Jimmy and Jane Lewis, trained by Arden Mofford and driven by Adam Link. Five, Kraken Sealster, Carl Campbell Bedeck owns, Arden Mofford trains and drives. 6, Country Diamond, Larry Snow in the bike for trainer Leonard McClellan and co-owner Glenda Romart. And 7, When It Rains, It Pours, rounds out the field. Jamie Hogan, Betty Lou O'Coin are the owners. Jamie Hogan trains. Mark Pazzarello will do the driving. Fifth race of the afternoon is the Howie Collins Memorial Pace with trackside cooler presentation, triactor exactor, superfecta, win place show wagering. 4 minutes to fifth race post time. A couple of additional birthday greetings to send out this afternoon. Millie Ghetto. Millie Ghetto, happy birthday from your family and friends at the Downs. And the call of the afternoon's fourth race, compliments of Mr. Justin Turnbull. Justin's got a birthday coming up. He's going to be 18 on Monday. So happy birthday, Justin, from your family and friends here at the Downs. 18 coming up on Labor Day. So 3 minutes to post time to the afternoon's fifth race. 4-1 on the morning line. I've gone for a bit of an upset here in the Howie Collins Memorial. The one entry Rockin' for Real. Jason McNeil owns, trains, and drives the 5-year-old gelding by Rockin' Image, who comes in off a third-place finish in the non-winners of 675, was on the move early last week. Third, De Beers on Me, but charted in 58-3 with a closing quarter 30-1. Fifth prior to that again, but had to rally from off the pace as he has in his last number of starts. You go down towards the bottom of the page, though. July 19th was a winner here in 2:01 4, where he was up a bit closer, and has shown an ability in the past to leave well when he has the rail. He's drawn it here today. He's in a class he usually races in, was a 3-time winner last season, 2 for 8 this year. So we think he's going to be on or near the lead here early, and we'll see if Rockin' for Real can win in upset fashion here. 7-2 right now, though. He is getting support with 2 minutes to post. To round out the exactor here, I'm going to go to the 5 Kraken Sealster, who I expect to take some support today. 5-2 on the morning line. Carl Campbell, teaming up with trainer-driver Arden Mofford, has had some tough starts here in his last couple of tries. Hasn't been drawing well in the post position category. Gets his nose on the gate here today, though, and I think Arden will be aggressive with him. 1 for 11 in the win column, but does drop down in class. You'll see he was up as high as the winner's over back in late July. Does pace some good closing quarters, mostly in 29 and change. So if he can somehow strike the front early, he's a legit win threat here with a minute to post, and the public has now hopped on board. Even money on 5 Kraken Sealster. Going to the back tier to round out the triactor. When it rains, it pours. Another one expected to be a little long here. Now up to 12-1. Was 5-1 on the morning line. Taking the post position angle here. Mark Pazzarello and Jamie Hogan and Betty Lou O'Coin, the 8-year-old mare. 4 for 12 in the top 3. She finished 4th here last week in that Beers on Me trip to round out the Saturday afternoon card, but charted in 58-4 and paced a closing quarter in 29-3. I think it's going to be a ground-saving journey here up the rail for When It Rains, It Pours, who's hit the board again in 4 of 12 and has been racing primarily in this non-winners of a 6:01 class. She's been on the fringes, does have a win, a second, and a bunch of fourths in her last 6 or 7 tries, but I think she gets away well here behind Rockin' for Real if Mark has her up on the gate and she chooses to follow out the 1, and that should put her in the top 3 or 4 early. And I think we get a nice price here, maybe to round out the triactor, and we have right now at 13-1. And if you're playing the Superfecta, I'm going to throw in another hunch play here, and that's the 6 Country Diamond, who has been racing well in terms of charted miles, mostly in 59 and change in 2 minutes. But hasn't been hitting the top 3 as regularly as earlier in the season. Gets a driver change today here. Ryan Campbell opting to go with the 3 Keeper of the Realm. So Larry Snow on the catch drive call. Larry drove Country Diamond a couple of times in the winner's over back in July and finished 4th and 6th. But again, pacing miles, some solid miles in 59 and change in 2 minutes flat. Form's been good on Country Diamond. He's going to rebound one of these weeks and has hit the board in 8 of 15. Tough today from that outside post 6, but maybe look for him charging late for Larry. He is at 8-1. 1, 5, 7, 6 are my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours. Starter Sean Tobin has the entries. Lining up behind the gate, it's post time for the afternoon's 5th. Update on the afternoon's 50-50 currently stands at $610. You get your tickets from Lorianne here this afternoon at the Downs. Draw comes up trackside following the 9th. Fifth race of the afternoon, the Howie Collins Memorial Pace, field of 7 on gate. It's rocking for real. Jason McNeil, Elm Grove Support, Keegan Madden, Keeper of the Realm, and Ryan Campbell. Jim's Big Thrill, Adam Link, Kraken, Sealster, Arden Mofford, Country Diamond, Larry Snow, When It Rains, It Pours, and Mark Pazzarello. There they go, off and pacing. Good-looking start in here. Keeper of the Realm and rocking for real, firing into the turn. When It Rains, It Pours did leave from the back tier and gets away third. Parked fourth in the early going, Jim's Big Thrill. Fifth at the inside to Elm Grove Support. Wide sixth is Kraken Sealster, and the early trailer back there in seventh is a Country Diamond. Rocking for real, Jason McNeil. They put the hammer down early in the Howie Collins Memorial. They're clear by a length and a half at the quarter. Keeper of the Realm tucked away for what might be a perfect pocket ride at Nortside. 29-4 opened it up. When It Rains, It Pours goes third. Parked out super early there fourth is Jim's Big Thrill. And the stablemate Kraken Sealster. The two Mofford trainees, they sit fourth and fifth on the outside in front of us for time one. Shuffled back sixth to Elm Grove Support. Country Diamond, yet to be heard from back there in seventh. 5 in, now 4 in, and 3 abandon the pylons. Opening half miles up in a minute. 4/5, rocking for real. 31 seconds, second quarter split. Now has Jim's Big Thrill to deal with down at 5/8. Keeper of the Realm locked in the box there. Third, Kraken Sealster well spotted and got live cover second over fourth. And Arden Mofford's looking 3 wide now with that one. Fifth, When It Rains, It Pours splits Pacers. Country Diamond 3 high. Sixth, Elm Grove Support trail seventh. They're 3 wide. Past 3 quarters in 1:32-2. A good rating from Jason McNeil up front. Rockin' for real still leads it. Kraken Sealster, though, the danger here with an eighth of a mile left to go. Oh, 4 and 5 wide into the stretch. Howie Collins Memorial, rockin' for real. Kraken Sealster, Keeper of the Realm. When It Rains, It Pours. The best stretch drives in the Maritimes. 6 of them are going to be there on the line, but rockin' for real. And McNeil went all the way in 2:02-2. And we're looking at a 5-horse place photo in the afternoon's fifth. Fifth race this afternoon is the Howie Collins Memorial for 2025. We are gathered here today to remember Howie is a loving husband, wonderful father, and great horseman. Howard's passion in life was training and driving standardbred horses. His love for horses began with training and driving his father's horse, Scotty Boy, and his uncle Stan's horse, Uncle Al. His passion continued with having his own stable of horses, such as the Jabalese, with the Jabalese, Gordon, Moose Mercer, Dr. Chow, and the Nickway Farms. Howie was awarded leading driver at the Cape Breton Sports Center in 1971, and also later inducted into the Cape Breton Horsemen's Hall of Fame. His love for the trotters came with owning and training his own trotter, Herdowski, who won an Atlantic Sire Stakes race in Sydney, along with his longtime friend driving Dave Ratchford. Howie also campaigned Nickway Joe, raced all over the Maritimes as a 3-year-old, finished second in the Dairy Queen final, driven by the late John Ratchford. Later in life, his passion switched to winning horses with his daughter Mary Lynn, one of their favorites being Woodmere Westerner, Woody, who was 2010 Horse of the Year here in Cape Breton. His other passion was playing hockey with his friend Paul Jigger Andrea and refereeing with his longtime friend, the late John Coleman. This led to both being involved in harness racing for many years. Howie will be forever remembered as a gentleman, family man, and knowledgeable horseman. There's Rockin' for Real back in the fifth race, winner's circle. Howie Collins Memorial, 5-year-old gelding by Rockin' Image from the Total Truth Dam. I am total for real. Owned, trained, and driven to victory by Jason McNeil. Third win on the season. 14th lifetime this afternoon. Family and friends of the late Howie Collins in that winner's circle, along with our friend Joey Murphy. Joey, you said put your money down on Rockin' for Real today. You told us, my friend, and it looks like you did, and I hope a lot of others did as well. You got the winning ticket here today as Jason went coast to coast in the Howie Collins Memorial and a great stretch drive at Nortside in 202-2. Afternoon's fifth race is official. Rockin' for Real, the race winner. Elm Grove Support was seventh. Keeper of the Realm third. Jim's Big Thrill was fifth. Kraken Sealster second. Country Diamond sixth. When It Rains It Pours finished fourth. 29-4, a minute and 4. 132-2. Mile 202-2. For one, Rockin' for Real. Top down, it's 173. 526, 4 on the bottom. Rockin' for Real returned 680, 210 and 210. Kraken Sealster at 210 and 210. And Keeper of the Realm, $5.10 to show. 1.5 exactor in today's fifth, $26.60. 1.53 try, $95 even. And the $1 superfecta, 1.537, $121.35. Sixth race comes up next. It's the Richie, Jenny, and Dougie Ellsworth Memorial. In the sixth today, the one Don't Believe We Just Watched goes from closed to open and a hood with cups. Field of six to contest the afternoon sixth in 6 minutes. For those joining us at the Downs this afternoon, we have a vehicle that needs to be moved. It's a red RAV4. A red RAV4 GWE 756. Please move your vehicle. That's a red RAV4 GWE 756. 6 race entries on track for post parade. Don't believe me, just watch the one. Randy Ghetto, Wayne Hardy, Susan McSween co-own, Dana Ghetto trains, Randy Ghetto will do the driving. 2 David Lloyd George for Keegan and Ken Madden and Harold LeBlanc Jr. Harold LeBlanc Jr. trains, Keegan Madden's up. 3 Elm Grove Penelope, Steve Lewis, Henry Paswada are the owners. Steve Lewis trains with Ryan Campbell. 4 High Praise for Joel and Harold LeBlanc. Joel LeBlanc trains with Mark Pazzarello. 5 Thunder Alley, Terry Morrison, Erwin Cleaner, Kirk McRae, and Angus McCackern own. Heather Hawkins trains with Gerard Kennedy. 5 Thunder Alley, 6 Ranked Contender rounds out the field for Peter McKinnon, who owns and trains, and Arden Mofford, who will do the driving. 6 race Ellsworth Memorial Triactor Exactor Superfecta Win Place Show wagering. 3 minutes to 6th race post time. And for those joining us online or downstairs today in the Paramutual building, there's the photo which turned out to be for 4th. You can see Kraken Sealster there for 2nd. Keeper of the Realm at the inside 3rd. 5 of them across, though, separated by no more than maybe a half of a length in the afternoon's 5th here at Nortside. Compliments of Doreen in the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Great shot here of that photo this afternoon at the Downs. Two minutes to post time to the afternoon's 6th race, and I went to the 5 Thunder Alley, 5-2 on the morning line for Terry Morrison, Erwin Cleaner, Kirk McKay, and Angus McCackern, trained by Heather Hawkins, Gerard Kennedy in the bike. 4 wins on the season from 15 starts, and looking for his 5th win, dropping out of the winners over here today to the non-winners of 1,001. And there is some speed leaving towards the inside, but Thunder Alley can get off the gate with the best of them. Hasn't been on the front here for a while, though. You got to go back to July 12th, where he was a wire-to-wire winner in 57-1, and did the same in late June in non-winners of 940. Similar classification to this group today. And that day, Thunder Alley crushed them by 7 3/4 in 158-1. So 2-1 right now. Second choice with the punters. 5 Thunder Alley, my top choice in the Ellsworth Memorial here in the 6th. For second, I went to the rail. Don't Believe Me, Just Watch comes in 7-2 for Randy Ghetto, Wayne Hardy, and Susan McSween. Dana Ghetto trains. Randy is in the bike. Don't Believe Me, Just Watch had to be in the winners over. Moved up off a couple of victories here in late July, early August. So 2 starts in the winners over, a 5th and a 7th, and drops back down here today now to a class he's used to racing in and draws inside. Form had been good prior to those 2 starts in the winners over. He probably won't be the early leader, but I think Randy can get away probably 2nd or 3rd in here and get a stocking trip, and he has shown an ability to close well. You'll notice 4 starts back at Inverness was a nice winner there that day on the 27th, wire-to-wire in 59-1. But I think you got speed here from the 3, maybe a bit from of course, from the 5, and maybe even the 4, High Praise. So Don't Believe Me, Just Watch should be up close early, and we think he sticks around late to round out the exactor. They're playing the Triactor 2. David Lloyd George comes in off a win in the non-winners of 801 last week in 2 minutes flat for Keegan Madden. and has 5 victories on the season from 15 starts. It's been, as you can see on the summary, kind of an all or nothing for David Lloyd George in the top 3. He's won 33% of his starts, no seconds and no thirds. So if you're going to hop on board, you might as well put him on top. And that's what the public's done right now. He's co-favored here at 6-5. As we get set to go to post, I'm going to use him to round out the top 3. And if you're playing the superfecta, I'm going to go to the 4. High Praise, 5-1 on the morning line for Joel and Harold LeBlanc. Mark Pazzarello gets the catch drive call today on the 5-year-old Gelding by Fear of the Dragon, who's had a nice season here at the Downs. A couple of starts back there, August 2nd, a winner for Ryan Campbell in 58-3. And followed that up in this class here last week. Ryan drove him 3rd, just beating a length and 3/4 and was charted in 59-1. So form's good. Not sure what kind of a trip Mark's going to try and work out here today. He has shown an ability to leave, but as we said, there's a bit of speed to the inside here with Elm Grove Penelope and to the outside with Thunder Alley. But High Praise's form has been good, and right now the price is right at 10-1. 5-1-2-4 my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours. Starter Sean Tobin is called in the field. Post time for the afternoon 6th. It's the Ellsworth Memorial Pace. And we'd like to send out another happy birthday greeting on this final weekend in August. Horseman Max Seal, we caught up with and got to say hi to Max when we were over at Old Home Week in Charlottetown. Where else but at Maid Marian's, the stop, probably the number 1 stop for the Cape Bretoners over at Old Home Week. Max is celebrating a birthday tomorrow. So happy birthday, Max, from your family and friends here at the Downs. 6th race lines up the Ellsworth Memorial. Don't Believe We Just Watch, and David Lloyd George at the inside. Elm Grove Penelope in High Praise down the center. The outside, Thunder Alley and Rank Contender. 6th race through the stretch. Here they come. And there they go off and pacing. Wow, 4 wide and a field of 6 leaving out in the turn. Don't Believe Me, Just Watch guarding the rail. David Lloyd George down the center, Elm Grove Penelope. 3 wide, Thunder Alley. They're thunder and there's a little lightning going to the quarter. Don't Believe Me, Just Watch on the rail. Randy Ghetto fired him to the lead. Thunder Alley parked and forced to drive on second. Elm Grove Penelope, she can leave with the car. She's filling the pocket 3rd. David Lloyd George is 4th. Then 5th to High Praise. The trailer is Rank Contender. Pitter patter. Don't Believe Me, Just Watching Ghetto. They got at her on Saturday afternoon. 28-1 opened it up. And Thunder Alley, wow, he got stung big time here this afternoon. Parked 2nd. Elm Grove Penelope, she's gapping in the pocket 3rd. David Lloyd George at the inside 4th. High Praise laid off the speed early and has moved up for Pazzarello 5th. Ranked Contender can see them all from back there in 6th. It should be a good, and I mean super good opening half mile. 57-2. Don't Believe Me, Just Watch next to 3/4. Thunder Alley lives on 2nd. Elm Grove Penelope's got to be licking her chops in the pocket 3rd. Wide 4th, High Praise. Nowhere to go for David Lloyd George from 5th. Rank Contender still gaps out, trailing 6th. 3/4 and a snappy 1. 28-3. Don't Believe Me, Just Watch the leader with 1/8 of a mile left to go. 2nd at the inside, Elm Grove Penelope. Thunder Alley drops back 3rd. David Lloyd George needs a way out 4th, but into the stretch. Oh, Don't Believe Me, Just Watch. Did he ever come to play today? Randy Ghetto fired him off the gate, and he's headed to the winner's circle in the Ellsworth Memorial by 3. Tight for the deuce. High Praise against Elm Grove Penelope in 2 minutes. 2/5. Sixth race this afternoon at Nortside is the Richie, Jenny, and Dougie Ellsworth Memorial. Richie Ellsworth Sr. had been an owner, trainer, and driver at the Cape Breton Sports Center in Tartan Downs with his brother Joe Ellsworth in the early years. Richie and Joe owned such horses as Irish Cheer, Roulette, Mirror Machine Nibbler, and Norrell Hal C. He also owned horses with his son Jack, such as Tim's Major and Island Jeff. Richie was inducted into the Cape Breton Island Horse Owners Association Hall of Fame in 1987. Richie and his wife Jenny had 8 children, and they could all be seen at the track on race day. Jenny stood behind their family's passion for the racing game, and she encouraged their family to be part of the excitement. Their horses were always cared for, and many nights there would be a gathering at the Ellsworth stables. Their eldest son, Dougie, was always a great help around the horses. In his early years, he drove a horse called Mary Way to his first win and the mare's only lifetime victory. Up until 2012, when Dougie took ill, he was a great help to his brother Jackie. Watching each horse train, Dougie had a keen eye on the horse game and would and could tell what was wrong with the horse. Jenny and Richie's son, Jackie, continues in the game to this day as an owner, trainer, and driver. His stable contained horses such as J.M. Buddy, Paying in Person, Riverside Ben, Lexus Gracie, and Princetown Jory. Today he maintains a small stable with the Fascinator and Skylo Low. Jackie's wife Sandra and son Riley are big in the game today, helping around the stable, jogging and cleaning. Richie and Jenny's grandchildren still today take part in the racing game. Sean Link is a local catch driver, and Adam Link, who trains and drives regularly. Their family legacy is continuing with great-granddaughter Colby Link. She still has a keen interest in the horses, helping her father Sean and her uncle Adam. Richie and Jenny would be as proud as they could be to see their family traditions continue in the Ellsworth and Link family. The Richie, Jenny, and Dougie Ellsworth Memorial in the afternoon, 6th to the 1. Don't believe me? Just watch. The 8-year-old bay gelding by He's Watching is Eddie the Austreo-Stam Hudson Gal. For co-owners Randy Ghetto, Wayne Hardy, Susan McSween, Dana Ghetto does the training. Randy Ghetto in the bike for the win. Don't believe me? Just watch is 3rd on the season. And the Pacers' 27th lifetime. Not surprising to see that black with the yellow lettering there, those Ellsworth colors, as the Ellsworth Memorial family honored here this afternoon. Family and friends trackside with that cooler presentation. Don't believe me? Just watch. Randy Adam fired up early, and he was fired up late today. Impressive in victory in the Ellsworth Memorial in 2 minutes, 3/5. Sixth race is now official. Don't believe me, just watch. The winner, David Lloyd George, was fourth. Elm Grove Penelope second. High Praise third. Thunder Alley fifth. Ranked Contender finished sixth. Fractions were 28-1, 57-2, 128-4, 2 minutes 2/5 the mile for one. Don't believe me, just watch. Top down, it's 1-4-2, 3-5, 6 on the bottom. Don't believe me, just watch. Paid $8.40, $7 and $3.20. Elm Grove Penelope at $6 and $3. And the show entry High Praise, $2.90. 1-3 exactor was $60.30. You got the 1-3-4 try. You're probably ordering out tonight. $1,451.50. Superfecta carryover of $120 and change to the afternoon 7th. And the pick 5 today, 5 of 5 on a $1 ticket at $128.15. Seventh race comes up next. It's the John Beaver McCaskill Memorial. 4 Salzbrook Honey, make the driver Aiden Dix. 7 Joe's Dream Walking, Sean Link. Post time for the field of 7 in the afternoon 7th. Will be in 6 minutes. Entries on track for Post Parade for the afternoon 7th. Big Boy Hill, the one. Joe Nearing owns and trains. Keegan Madden will do the driving. 2 Farmers Fieldstone for Sandra and Richie O'Donnell. Richie O'Donnell trains with Mark Pezzarello. Three Bob Johnsky is owned by Wanda Michelitis, trained by Jake Jacobs with Kerry Romeo. 4 Salzbrook Honey here for a Good Time Stable are the owners. John Hocko trains with Aiden Dix. Five At the Helm, Ed Brookman owns. Greg Sparling trains with Arden Mofford. 6 Boys Turn for Henry Paswada and Larry Snow. Larry Snow training and driving. 7 Joe's Dream Walking will round out the field. Sean Lincoln, the bike for trainer Joe Poirier and owner Caleb McNeil. Afternoon 7th, the John Beaver McCaskill Memorial. Triactor Exactor Superfecta Win Place Show. Wagering post time is in 4 minutes. Three minutes to post to the afternoon 7th. You're looking at the 1 entry Big Boy Hill, 5-2 on the morning line. Keegan Madden teaming up with owner trainer Joe Nearing. 1 for 12 in the win column this season. Does have 4 third-place finishes, so has been on the board in 5 of 12 starts, but draws inside here today. And we like this guy off the rail. We think, even though the chart lines don't show it, he hasn't drawn inside here where he can be on the front early, but he was a 5-time winner last year at the Downs, including one in 158 flat, and not a ton of gate speed leaving outside of Big Boy Hill here, so I think Keegan can point him to the lead, and we'll see if he can go right down the road for a second win on the season. 4-1 right now on the 1, Big Boy Hill, our top selection in the afternoon 7th. For second, I went to the 3-entry Bob Johnsky. For Wanda Michelitis, Jake Jacobs, and Kerry Romeo. They teamed up for a win with Byron Rose to open up the Saturday afternoon card here at Northside. So look for owning and training and driving doubles. Right now at 19-1 off 4-1 on the morning line. Bob Johnsky was a good third here last week. And the denominator's a 135 per start. So basically back in the same class. He's hit the board in 5 of 13. Just 1 for 13 in the win column, but been pacing consistent miles in the 2-1 and change range. So I think a good post to work with here. Form's been pretty good and should be up close early. And love the price right now, 19-1, 4-1 on the morning line for the 3, Bob Johnsky. All right, now I got a bunch of long shots here in my top selections. The 5-entry At the Helm was 7-2 on the morning line and has ballooned to 32-1. Ed Brookman, who celebrated a birthday, I believe, on Monday. He's got more birthdays in the last few years than Jimmy Ray, but that's the line we've always used. But the Senator had a birthday and almost got to the winner's circle last week, second with Arden Mofford in the bike to sidekick. So he'd like to find the winner's circle. At the Helm, no wins from 15 starts, but has 4 seconds and 2 thirds. So probably rallying from off the pace, had a ground-saving trip. And right now is the long shot, 34-1 for a bomb. If you teamed up with Brookman, Sparling, and Mofford, and At the Helm here, who will you use to round out our triactor? And if you're playing the Superfecta, I'm going to go to the 4 Salzburg Honey here for a good time stable. John Hocko and Aiden Dix. And they're going to team up here 4-1 on Salzburg Honey right now, who has won 2 of her last 3 and looked really good in doing so back in early August. Last week, tried to move to the outside and had to settle for 5th, but race timed in 2:02. Again, prior to that, though, reeled off 2 in a row. And Aiden Dix back in the bike today for trainer John Hocko. Right now, taking quite a bit of support at 3-1. 1, 3, 5, 4 are my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours. The afternoon 7th. John Beaver McCaskill Memorial in the hands of the starter. It's post time. Seventh race, top of the stretch, field of 7 on gate, Big Boy Hill, Farmers Fieldstone, Bob Johnsky, Salzburg Honey. At the Helm, Boys Turn, and Joe's Dream walking, and there they go, off and pacing, and Big Boy Hill with rail control, the leader into the turn. Farmers Fieldstone away second, Bob Johnsky driving up, looking for a spot third. Away fourth at the inside is Joe's Dream walking from the back tier, Boys Turn, got away fifth. 6th going to the quarter, Salzburg Honey. And the early trailer back there in 7th is At the Helm. Up front, Keegan Madden is at the helm aboard Big Boy Hill. The Joe Nearing trainee leads at 30-4 the opening quarter. Farmers Fieldstone and Pazzarello, they dropped in pocket second. Bob Johnsky found a spot at the pylons for Romeo third. Joe's Dream walking a ground-saving journey at 3/8 from 4th. The backfield's underway now. Larry Snow and Boys Turn. They come first up 5th. There's cover there, 6th on the outside for Salzbrook Honey. And at the helm, might opt to the outer flow, trailing back there in 7th. There'll be 4 in and possibly 3 out into that 5/8 turn off a half mile in 1:02 and 1. Big Boy Hill, the leader en route to 5/8. No pressure coming early. Farmers Fieldstone gets to draft along second. Boys Turn's got to grind it first up and is advanced to third. Bob Johnsky locked and blocked fourth. Salzbrook Honey's getting towed into it from 5th. Then Joe's Dream walking and at the helm, but up front it's been a cakewalk to 3/4 for Big Boy Hill and Keegan Madden in 1:33 and 2. Farmers Fieldstone is tracked all the way and could be fresh for an upset try here second. Then Bob Johnsky and Boys Turn into the stretch. Big Boy Hill trying to go down the road. Farmers Fieldstone's going to take a shot late. Then Bob Johnsky and Boys Turn. Big Boy Hill coast to coast had the most today in the Beaver McCaskill Memorial wire to wire for Madden in 2:02 and 4. Just a reminder to those participating in the John Beaver McCaskill Memorial, all entries, please come back to receive a token of appreciation here trackside before the parading of the winner. Again, 7th race today at the Downs, the John Beaver McCaskill Memorial. Beaver was born and raised in the Shipyard District of Sydney. His father, Archie, ran a livery stable, and that's where Beaver's love of horses began. From a young boy, the barn was his preferred place to be, caring for the various horses that were stabled there. In his early years, Beaver headed down to the U.S. with his good friend Jimmy Squint Dix to work with racehorses at various tracks in the eastern United States, eventually making his way to Bluebonnets for a stint before returning home. Beaver and Squint had many stories of their adventures from racing horses to running from immigration. How ironic is that in this day and age? After returning home, Beaver campaigned a few horses in Sydney as an owner-trainer driver, including Flickus First and Grace Raymore. He also belonged to an ownership group comprised of shipyarders. They didn't have a lot of luck, but they had a lot of fun. Beaver began working at Cape Breton Battery as a traveling salesman, and while not an active participant for a time, he was a strong fan of local harness racing, particularly enjoyed following the races, the horses owned by close friends, Angus and Buddy McKenzie. Beaver rarely missed an old home week, and in later years enjoyed spending time in the Gary Chapel barn. After his retirement from Cape Breton Battery, Beaver once again became an active participant in the sport, caring for horses owned by him and daughter Carrie. Beaver always put the horse first and would be up before sun to head to the track and get his barn work done. The weather didn't matter. He had to get to the barn to make sure the horses were fed, watered, and hayed. Some favorite horses of Beaver's over the years included Precious Ace, Dance and Samantha, Garden Mist, Felon, Baby Dill, and Elm Grove Goldie. Beaver enjoyed being part of the Jake Jacobs stable and had many happy memories of his time spent there. And in later years, when he was no longer able to participate hands-on with the horses, enjoyed visits to the Lee Collins stable where he was always made welcome. When ill health forced Beaver to stop attending live racing, his first question to Carrie when she arrived home from the track would be, is the program marked? He would spend hours going through it to keep up with all of his friends' horses. Beaver is a member of the Cape Breton Horse Owners Hall of Fame and was a recipient of the Bob McKenzie Senior Horseman Award, being very proud of both of these honors. Beaver's smile and his sense of fun and his advice are missed every day. The John Beaver McCaskill Memorial in the afternoon, 7th, the trackside cooler presentation going to the one entry, Big Boy Hill. 8-year-old brown gelding by Better's Delight is out of the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam. Pretty Catherine. Owned and trained by Joe Nearing from Howie Center. Keegan Madden in the bike for the win. Second on the season for Big Boy Hill. The Pacer gets his 27th lifetime victory this afternoon. Family and friends of Beaver McCaskill trackside with the cooler presentation as Big Boy Hill goes wire to wire in the 7th at Nortside for Keegan Madden in 2:02 and 2. Seventh race is now official. Big Boy Hill, the race winner. Farmers Fieldstone second. Bob Johnsky was third. Salzburg Honey sixth. At the helm, seventh. Boys Turn fifth. Joe's Dream Walking finished fourth. 30 and 4, 102 and 1, 133 and 2, and the mile 202 and 2 for one Big Boy Hill. Top down, it's 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 5. 4 on the bottom. Big Boy Hill, 620, 350, and 210 across the board for the winner. Farmers Fieldstone, 880 and 560. Bob Johnsky, $2.70 the show. 1-2 exactor in the 7th at $8.70. The 1-2-3 try paid $49.50. $1 superfecta, 1-2-3-7 at $196.15. And the $1 pick for today, and you don't see this too often, but you could at the Downs. All horses off the rail. 4 1s, 4 of 4 at $195.34. Eighth race comes up next. The Angus and Clyde Buddy McKenzie Memorial. Scratch the 6, Red Dirt Love and Life. Field of 6 set to go to post in about 6 minutes. Eighth race entries on track for post parade. It's the Mackenzie Memorial. Angus and Clyde Buddy Mackenzie Memorial in the afternoon's 8th. Pat's Pride, the 1. Lauren Grant owns and trains. Adam Link will do the driving. 2 points for Danny Ferguson and Aiden Dix. Aiden Dix trains and drives. 3, Last Chance is owned, trained, and driven by Richie Barlock. 4, Classic Smiley, Mark Pazzarello in the bike for trainer Jamie Hogan and co-owner Betty Lewis-Coyne. 5, Pay Line is owned, trained, and driven by Roddy Gillis. 6, Don't Ask Logan rounds out the field. Wanda Michelitis, Mason and Lucas Piercy are the owners. Jake Jacobs trains. Kerry Romeo will do the driving. Field of 6 for the afternoon's 8th. Mackenzie Memorial, Triactor, Exactor, Superfecta. Win, play, show wagering just 2 minutes. 8th race post time. So just a couple minutes of post time to the afternoon's 8th race. You're looking at the 2-entry 2 points. For those joining us online this afternoon, Aiden Dix, Danny Ferguson teaming up on the 5-year-old Deuce Sealster Gelding, who got the Deuce on the 23rd last week. Sean Link drove for Aiden on that day. 2 minutes flat, finished just beating a half length to David Lloyd George. Prior to that was a winner for Aiden here off a 2-hole ride in 58-4. And has hit the board in his last 5. So back in this optional 7 claimer, has been on the board in 10 of 15 this season for Aiden and Danny, and should get a good trip leaving from post 2. Currently the second choice with the punters at 6-5. We're going to try 2 points in the Mackenzie Memorial on top this afternoon. For a second, I went to the rail. Pat's Pride. Lauren Grant owns and trains a 10-year-old gelding with Adam Link in the bike. 2/3 from 3 tries on the season. Pat's Pride's got some good gate speed, though, and I think Adam will try to point him here today from the rail. We have had 4 straight winners off the rail for sure, because that was the pick 4 today. So it's been popular. Actually, make it 5 going back to the 3rd with DA Players Delight. So 5 straight here at the Downs off the rail. We'll try to break that streak, though, with 2 points. But Pat's Pride's a solid win candidate here at 3-1. Looking for his first win on the season. It would be 19th lifetime. Lauren Grant teaming up with Adam Link, again at 3-1. To round out the triactor, I've gone to the 3 Last Chance. Richie Barlock has had quite a nice season with this 4-year-old Arthur Blue Chip mare, who finished a good 3rd last week in this class, just beaten a length. Showed an interference on the chart line, leaving out as well, and has been on the fringes here, but up to the non-winners of 1,001. Another one who gets away pretty well. It's a short field of 6 and has some good closing quarters. So form's been good on Last Chance, and 5-1 right now is a fair price. We'll use the 4-time winner this season with Richie Barlock to round out the top 3. And if you're playing the Superfecta, I'll go to the back tier. Don't Ask Logan comes in off a fourth-place finish for Kerry Romeo, Jake Jacobs, and co-owners Wanda Michelitis, Mason, and Lucas Piercy. 6 top 3 finishes for the veteran gelding this season from 13 tries. And should get a good trip from the back tier here, leaving out behind Pat's Pride. The price is absolutely right now. 5-1 on the morning line, 14-1 on 7. Don't Ask Logan. 2-1-3-7 are my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours. Final call for wagering here on the afternoon's 8th, the Mackenzie Memorial at Nortside Down. Afternoon's 8th race is the Angus and Clyde Buddy Mackenzie Memorial. It's scratched down to a field of 6. It's post time. Mackenzie Memorial in the 8th. Rail out. It's Pat's Pride for Adam Link. 2 points at Aiden Dix. Last Chance, Richie Barlock. Classic Smiley and Mark Pazzarello. Pay Line, Roddy Gillis. And in the backfield, Don't Ask Logan, Kerry Romeo. Here they come. And there they go, off and pacing the inside. 2 are firing out into the turn. Pat's Pride on the rail. 2 points, left hard as well, and will drop in second. From the back tier, Don't Ask Logan got away third. 2 more lengths back fourth to find Last Chance. Away fifth in the early going is Classic Smiley. And Pay Line can see them all from back there in sixth. So head to the back stretch for time 1. Adam Link and Pat's Pride put the hammer down off the rail. The 10-year-old gelding strike the front early and is on top by a length past that opening quarter. It's up in 29-2. It could be a perfect pocket ride at Northside for Dix and 2 points. They could draft along a long ways there second. Don't Ask Logan staying in third. There goes the Last Chance. Richie Barlock will come first up on the outside fourth at 3/8, and there'll be cover there second over to the half for Classic Smiley, who's underway for Pazzarello fifth. Pay Lines decided to stay in, and we'll have to sweep them from back there in sixth. There's 4 in. 2 have abandoned the pylons against Pat's Pride, who was over the half in a minute. 1/5. Last Chance now on to challenge on the outside second. 2 points is going to be locked in the box third down at 5/8. Gapping the cover fourth is Classic Smiley. Don't Ask Logan's going to need racing room at the cones fifth. Pay Lines getting underway, but we'll have to sweep them from back there in sixth. Down at 3/4, it's still Pat's Pride. Last Chance just a neck away second. 2 points. Dix is crying for racing room there third. Fourth between Pacers, Classic Smiley. 3/4 and 1:30-2. Pay Lines coming 3 wide fifth. And Don't Ask Logan is in it, but nowhere to go. 6/8 of a mile left to go. Mackenzie Memorial 3 wide into the stretch. Pat's Pride. Last Chance. Pay Line, 2 points. Richie Barlock, Last Chance and Pay Line. Oh, we're going to need a picture here in the Mackenzie Memorial. Barlock and Gillis hit the line together in 2 minutes. 3/5. In that win photo, it's the 3, Last Chance. Eighth race this afternoon is the Angus and Clyde Buddy Mackenzie Memorial. Angus and Clyde Buddy were both longtime horsemen here at Nortside Downs, Tartan Downs, in the Cape Breton Sports Centre. Angus's love for horses all began when his brother Buddy bought his first horse after being around the track for several years. At age 8, Buddy asked Angus to help him out with the horse, and that is where the seed was planted. Both grew to love the horse and the sport of harness racing. They own many horses over the years: Silk Khan, Daily Go-Go, Shawfield, Sandy, Winna, Chacon, Tarport TJ, Chopsticks, and Buddy's all-time favorite, which happened to be a homebred, the Track Master, which he raised and raced until he retired at the age of 8. Angus also owned many horses over the years, including Polar Cape, Connie's Princess, Windy Knoll Wabbit, Glorious Gretzky, Broadway Standout, Katerina, Pictonian Passion, his final purchase being Le Foujour. But his all-time favorite was Island Kelly, a fantastic 2-year-old filly whose career was cut short after a racing accident in Fredericton. The Mackenzie legacy now lives on in his son Blair, granddaughter Rebecca, and great-granddaughter Sandra O'Donnell. And family and friends are trackside here in the afternoon's 8th with that Mackenzie Memorial cooler presentation to the 3-entry Last Chance, the 4-year-old brown mare by Arthur Bluechip, is out of the Dragon Again Dam Falote Noir for owner, trainer, and driver Richie Barlock from Sydney. The mare gets her 5th win on the season and her 8th lifetime victory. 2 minutes, 3/5. Last Chance and Richie Barlock in a great stretch drive in the Mackenzie Memorial in the afternoon's 8th at Nortside Downs. Afternoon's 8th race, now official. Pat's Pride finished 3rd. 2 points was 5th. Last Chance, the race winner. Classic Smiley 4th. Pay Line was 2nd. Red Dirt Love and Life scratched, and Don't Ask Logan finished 6th. 29-2, a minute and 1. 1:30-2 in the mile, 2 minutes 3/5 for 3. Last Chance. Top down at 3-5-1. 4-2 scratch. 6 on the bottom. Last Chance 12:30, 11:40, and 6:20 across the board for the winner. Pay Line at 3:40 and 7:30. And Pat's Pride, $6.50 to show. 3-5 Exactor in the 8th today, $60.40. The 3-5-1 Triactor was $559.90. And the $1 Superfecta 3-5-1-4 at $571.80. 9th race comes up next. The winner's over. It's the Ray Bragg Memorial Pace Field of 6 with no program changes and post time in 8 minutes. And joining us online this afternoon or downstairs, there's the win photo From the 8th today, compliments of Doreen and Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. Last Chance and Richie Barlock hanging on over a hard-charging Pay Line and Roddy Gillis. Ninth race entries on track for post parade. Ray Bragg Memorial in the 9th. Candid Cameron the 1. Roy Dixon, Logan Woodall, Colin Rankin are the owners. Arden Mofford trains and drives. 2 U Hef is owned by Randy Ghetto, Susan McSween, and Wayne Hardy. Dana Ghetto trains. Randy Ghetto drives. 3 QT's Charlie is owned and trained by Johnny Murphy. Sean Link is in the sulky. 4 Halmac Napoleon for Ken McKinnon, Joel and Harold LeBlanc, Brenda McQueen. Ian McKinnon trains. Harold LeBlanc Jr. drives. 5 Red Rum She Wrote is owned, trained, and driven by Martin Bates. And the 6 Kiss Me, I'm Irish rounds out the field. Bernie, Joe, and Ian McNeil share the ownership. Ian McNeil trains with Mark Pazzarello. Afternoon's 9th winners over. Ray Bragg Memorial kicks off the late daily double here on Saturday afternoon at Nortside, along with Triactor Exactor Superfecta Win Place Show Wagering. 4 minutes to 9th race post time. There's a photo for 4th here today from the afternoon's 8th. Compliments of Doreen and APHRC. A great day for photos here at Nortside as for their classic Smiley just nosing out 2 points in the Mackenzie Memorial for that 4th place finish. So just a couple of minutes to ninth race post time. 2 UHEF comes in off a win here in the winners over last week. In 57-4 for Randy Ghetto. Randy already with a win in the bike on the card, but don't believe me, just watch. He'll try to double up today with Susan McSween and Wayne Hardy. Trainer Dana Ghetto. UHEF 9 for 13 in the win columns. Been on the board in all 13 starts this season. And today goes for his 42nd lifetime victory. 1-4 right now. Bet down as a heavy favorite here with a couple minutes to post. We'll lean on UHEF to start the late double here on Saturday at the Downs. For second, I went to the 3 QT's Charlie, who finished second in the winners over last week for owner-trainer Johnny Murphy and driver Sean Link. QT's Charlie has been in the top 3 in his last 3 and has hit the board in 6 of 8 this season. 9-year-old gelding by Proven Lover. He's had a nice career summary as well, as you can see. 28 wins, 27 seconds, and 21 thirds. So he's been on the board in 76 of 118 career starts. So that's a high top 3 percentage for this guy. And other thing we like here, some nice closing quarters. His last 2 starts, 28-3. So has been finishing up his miles well and should be a major player here today. Right now is at 9-1. For third, I went to the 5 Red Rum She Wrote for owner trainer driver Martin Bates. Was forced to try to rally from off the pace and use a 3-wide move last week here and faded in the stretch to finish 5th, but charted in 2 minutes and 3/5. Prior to that, though, she had been on a nice roll, including 3 wins and 2 third-place finishes in 5 prior starts. The Iron Tough 8-year-old Vintage Master mare, 6 wins from 15 tries this season. She's got 36 lifetime wins. Probably can't get on or near the lead early here today for Martin. She might have to rally from off the pace, but she is always a major factor here at the Downs, and right now she is at 10-1. And for superfecta players taking a lot of support here is the second choice at 5-2 is the 1 Candid Cameron. And the reason why is the 11-year-old sports writer gelding comes in on a 2-race win streak with trainer driver Arden Mofford teaming up with Roy Dixon, Logan Woodall, and Colin Rankin. 6 wins on the season for Candid Cameron, who draws the rail here today and was a winner last week in the numbers of 1,001. So moves up for this start, but drew the rail and was a nice winner off a pocket ride at Inverness on August 20th. So the form is good right now. 5-1, a nice price off the rail for 1 Candid Cameron. 2, 3, 5, 1 are my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours. The afternoon's 9th to start the late daily double. In the hands of your starter, Mr. Sean Tobin. It's post time. And it's been a busy afternoon up top here at the Downs today. We didn't even get a chance to welcome some visitors for the afternoon's 8th race. I had local horseman Tyler Link and owner Sarah Duggan, along with Brendan Curran and Cam McPhee joining us this afternoon. And we had some nice conversations and the odd cold one over at Old Home Week in the Curran stable. Had a nice time and great to see them here this afternoon joining us for action at the Downs and get a chance to come up top and see a race call. So anytime folks you're in the area, we'd love to see you up top here at the Downs. 9th race, winners over. Ray Bragg Memorial through the stretch. Post time. And there they go, off and pacing. Candid Cameron timed the gate perfectly there off the rail into the turn. UHEF gapping, but will get away second, followed by QT's Charlie third. 4th at the inside, Halmac Napoleon. Red Rum She Wrote was going to try a leaving move there, but now has decided to take back. And 5th, and Kiss Me I'm Irish, got saddled with that outside post 6, and she will be the early trailer. Programmed order here. It's a fired up Candid Cameron and Arden Mofford. The big M is flat out here. 29-1 opened it up. Second is a UHF, and we'll see for how long, as Ghetto will have a decision to make it 3/8 in the pocket second. Third to QT's Charlie, and that decision was to come to call early against the leader. So Candid Cameron's going to have company at the half. UHF is underway for Ghetto second. Third at the inside, QT's Charlie. Red Rum, she wrote, was on the outside, but now she's got the perfect second over toe for Bates there fourth. Ground-saving journey up the cones for Hal Napoleon fifth. Kiss Me I'm Irish, she's underway, but trailing in sixth. 59-4, a sensible opening half mile here. Candid Cameron, the leader, next to three quarters. UHF hitting his best stride now for Ghetto, their second, just a neck off the leaders. QT's Charlie's had a nice trip now and could be live in the pocket third. Red Rum, she wrote, gaps the cover a bit fourth. Then Hal Napoleon and Kiss Me I'm Irish. Candid Cameron got three quarters for the big M in 129-4. UHF a neck away second. QT's Charlie is going to find a way out third. Winners over Ray Bragg Memorial in the stretch. UHF's taken over. QT's Charlie. Candid Cameron at the inside. Great stretch drive here. UHF prevails in the middle over Candid Cameron and QT's Charlie. UHF had to earn it today. First up the hard way for Ghetto, and he did in 1:59-3. Ninth race this afternoon is the annual Ray Bragg Memorial Pace. In March of 2007, the Cape Breton Horsemen met with Ray as manager of the exhibition and members of the Federation of Agriculture to discuss the possibility of returning harness races back to Nortside Downs. Ray was supportive of the idea from day one, even though he had zero knowledge of what was involved in running a racetrack. The learning curve was steep, to say the least, and Ray relied on his experience that volunteers are a must to make this proposal work. Ray planned several work parties, and volunteers from both groups showed up in huge numbers to help, even though all Ray had to offer in return was their help was a barbecued hot dog and a cold drink. Ray relied on family and friends to work the canteen, barbecue, and many other tasks that are required on a normal race day. Everyone was on board to help make the historical day happen, and on June 9th, 2007, harness racing was back on a regular basis at Nortside Downs. Another Ray highlight was introducing Nortside horse racing fans to yours truly up here top. I dropped by Ray's office inquiring if anyone was penciled in to call the races. I admitted to Ray at the time that I hadn't done it before, but would like to give it a shot, and the rest, as they say, is history. The list is too lengthy to name everyone who had a hand in helping Ray in those beginning days, but he was grateful for everyone, and Nortside Downs is grateful for Ray for putting the effort forward. We would not be racing today without him. At the 2007 Cape Breton Horse Association Annual Awards Banquet, the year was capped off for Ray when he received the President's Award. Ray would be so proud of all the progress at the track and that we're still going strong in the harness racing industry. Ray's legacy is still at the track with his family, Raylene. Ray's daughter is still one of the top volunteers and is present every day, taking drivers and trainers back and forth to the paddock in our cart. His grandchildren are also still involved in the horses. Ray's generosity and love for community are greatly missed by everyone who knew him. Ray Bragg Memorial in the afternoon's ninth today to the two-entry UHF. The 5-year-old brown gelding by Better Than Cheddar is out of the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam, Danica Patricks. For Randy Ghetto, Susan McSwain, and Wayne Hardy, Dana Ghetto does the training, and Randy Ghetto in the bike guiding UF to his 10th win this season and 42nd lifetime victory. And it was a great stretch drive here as he prevailed over QT's Charlie and Candid Cameron. Family and friends trackside to make that special Ray Bragg Cooler presentation. And isn't it true? 2007, where would we be without the support of Ray Bragg and the Cape Breton Farmers Exhibition? We've come a long way since 2007. I can remember that opening day here, a big crowd on hand, and thanks to Ray, we're still going strong here in 2025. Ray Bragg Memorial, the winner's over in the afternoon's ninth to UHEF and Randy Ghetto in 159-3. Afternoon's ninth race is now official. Candid Cameron was third. UHEF the race winner. QT's Charlie second. Howmack Napoleon fourth. Red Rum She Wrote fifth. Kiss Me I'm Irish finished sixth. 29-1, 59-4, 129-4, and the mile 159-3 for 2 UHEF. Top down 3-1-2, 4-5-6 on the bottom. UHEF 260. 210 and 210 across the board for the winner. QT's Charlie 280 and 420. And Candid Cameron $2.80 to show. 2-3 exactor in the ninth returned $5.30. The 2-3-1 triactor was $14.10. And the $1 superfecta 2-3-1-4 at $13.40. We'll wrap it up for Saturday afternoon at the Downs at the Michelle Rich Memorial in the afternoon's 10th. Field of 7 for the Captain Jack. Make the driver today, Aiden Dix. 7 minutes to 10th race post time. Winner of the afternoon's 50-50 drawn just in the last couple of minutes trackside for $700, Carol Ann McLeod. Congratulations, Carol Ann. Our next live card of racing action here at the Downs goes next Saturday afternoon with the first race post time set for 1 o'clock, featuring the Atlantic Sire Stakes for 2-year-old pacing fillies and the Nova Scotia, Phil Pinckney Nova Scotia stake for 2-year-old pacing colts. So lots of stakes action here next Saturday afternoon. Hope you can join us here at the Downs on track or online with a first race post time of 1 o'clock. And also to add to next Saturday afternoon's card, we're going to welcome the Maritime Mini Racers. Always a treat to have. They're joining us at Nortside. They've had quite a nice run in the last couple of years visiting the various Maritime tracks. So lots of excitement with the youngsters and the ponies. They'll be in town as well next Saturday here at 1. Tenth race entries on track for post parade. Michelle Rich Memorial Affair Somewhere, the one. For Arden Mofford, Jimmy Lewis, and Manzi McVicker. Arden Mofford trains and drives. Shifting Views, the 2 for Sandra and Richie O'Donnell. Sandra owns, Richie trains. Mark Pazzarello's in the bike. Three 10-Mile Beach is owned and trained by Willie Seymour with Harold LeBlanc Jr. For the Captain Jack, for Paul and Jack McDonald, Joe Poirier trains. Note the driver change. It's Aiden Dix in the bike. 5, Don't Tell Kim, Kerry Romeo. In the sulky for trainer Jake Jacobs and owner Wanda Michelitis. 6, Johnny Jack, Travis Campbell owns and trains. Kevin Bailey's up. 7, Two-Tone Terror rounds out the field for Dana Ghetto and Susan McSween. Dana trains. Randy Ghetto will do the driving. 10th and final for Saturday afternoon, Michelle Rich Memorial, Triactor Exactor, Superfecta, Win Place Show Wagering. Final call at the windows for the afternoon's 10th. So final call at the windows here for the afternoon's 10th and final. And it looks like I've got a long shot right now on top here to close it out. We'll see if the odds change here, though. But as we get close to post, 4-1 on the morning line. I went to the 6, Johnny Jack for Travis Campbell and Kevin Bailey. Comes in off a third-place finish in the non-winners of 351 last week. Had been off for about 6 weeks prior to qualifying on August 2nd, and then had a couple of third-place finishes here on the 7th and 23rd. So good times as well, 2 minutes and 3/5 and 2:01 and 3. Has hit the board in 4 of 7 on the season. Got that outside post to deal with, but we thought he might have a shot, and right now he is a long shot at 23-1. For second, I went to the back tier. Two Tone Terror returns to Northside after a stint at Inverness Raceway, where he had a win and a couple of thirds in 6 tries. Just 1 for 15 in the win column this season, but that win was a dominant score in the non-winners of 1 and 2 on August 20th at Inverness, with Zach Mullins in the bike in 2:01 and 1. So comes in off a big win up at Inverness, draws the back tier here today. Probably follow out the one affair somewhere, but Two Tone Terror in the past has been a closing type, so doesn't have to be on or near the lead, but if Randy can get her up close early, she could rally late to be in the top 3, and right now she is at 3-1. If you're playing the triactor, I'm going to go to the current favorite. That's the one affair somewhere off the rail. Arden Mofford training and driving and co-owning with Jimmy Lewis and Mancy McVicker. The 6-year-old gelding comes in with a couple of second-place finishes and has hit the board in 6 of 15, has the rail. So I think he's a must-use here for the exactor and triactor players. And we'll probably try to go gate the wire. We'll see if Arden can have him fired up from the word go. And so 4-5 right now on the one affair somewhere. And if you're playing the Superfecta, I'm going to go to the 4, the Captain Jack. Aiden Dix for trainer Joe Poirier. The Captain Jack, a second and a third from 7 starts. Fourth in his latest try, charted in 2-2 flat. Again, picking up Aiden Dix this afternoon on the catch drive call. 6-7-1-4 are my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours. Final call at the windows for the afternoon's 10th and final Michelle Rich Memorial. Tenth and final for Saturday afternoon, top of the stretch affair somewhere, shifting views at the inside. 10 Mile Beach and the Captain Jack down the center. Don't Tell Kim and Johnny Jack the outside, the trailer. Two Tone Terror, and there they go off and pacing affair somewhere and shifting views, both leaving hard into the turn. Also firing out there is the Captain Jack. Away fourth at the inside, Two Tone Terror. Don't Tell Kim parked in the early going from 5th. 6th down the back stretch is 10 Mile Beach, and Johnny Jack can see them all from back there in 7th. Up front, affair somewhere is not going to wait. The Big M aggressively out of the pocket and has pointed affair somewhere to the lead. Past that opening quarter, it's up 29 seconds flat. Shifting views will now track along for Pazzarello in the pocket second. Third, another 2 lengths back to the Captain Jack. Gapping in 4th at this point is Two Tone Terror. At the inside, 5th is 10 Mile Beach. Johnny Jack sits in from 6th. And Don't Tell Kim on the outside. The trailer back there in 7th. At the opening half mile, affair somewhere looking to run away and hide here for the Big M. He's got them by 4 at the opening half mile. Shifting views there second. Half's up in 58. And 1 affair somewhere cuts the big fractions next to 3/4. Shifting Views gapping there second. Third at the inside is the Captain Jack. Fourth now getting underway. Two-Tone Terror. Johnny Jack's coming in a major hurry, but he's got a ton of ground to make up from fifth. Then 10 Mile Beach and the trailer Don't Tell Kim at 3/4, so it's all affair somewhere today in 128 and 2. Clinging to second, Shifting Views. Third on the outside, Two-Tone Terror. 10 Mile Beach, nowhere to go. Johnny Jack coming 3 high, but affair somewhere. Bottomed them out in the afternoon's finale. Two-Tone Terror. Johnny Jack on the scene late, but it's affair somewhere. And Arden Mofford in the finale. Two-Tone Terror was second. Shifting Views at the inside finishes third in 1:59 and 2. Afternoon's 10th and final is the Michelle Rich Memorial Pace. Michelle Rich's love for harness racing began over 30 years ago with her husband Kenny Rich. If you were ever looking for Michelle on a Saturday, you would find her at the fence at Nortside Downs cheering on her horses. Michelle had owned many horses over the years, such as Means to an End, St. Paddy's Luck, Camco, Q-Ready, and her favorite, Gracious Minnie. She would love making special trips to the barn to give the horses peppermints. Michelle enjoyed watching Kenny and her daughter Stephanie working together with the horses. She also loved bringing the grandchildren over to cheer on the races. When Michelle was in the hospital, you would find her and Kenny hooking up the computer on Saturdays to make sure they wouldn't miss a race day. Michelle's smile will always be remembered, and she will be forever missed around the track. Michelle's family would like to thank all the horsemen and horsewomen in Nortside Downs for their support over the years. Michelle Rich Memorial in the afternoon's 10th race. Coming back to the winner's circle will be the 1 entry Affair Somewhere. 6-year-old brown gelding by Lion Somewhere out of the Western Terror Dam. Notable Beauty. Owned by Arden Mofford, Jimmy Lewis, and Manzi McVicker. Arden Mofford does the training, and Arden Mofford did the driving. As Affair Somewhere stepped to his second win on the season and the Pacers' 12th lifetime victory this afternoon. 159 and 2. Affair Somewhere for Arden Mofford in the Michelle Rich Memorial to close out Saturday afternoon at Nortside Downs. Afternoon's 10th race is now official. Affair Somewhere, the race winner. Shifting Views was third. 10 Mile Beach, fifth. The Captain Jack was sixth. Don't Tell Kim, seventh. Johnny Jack, fourth. Two-Tone Terror finished second. 29, 58 and 1. 128 and 2 And the mile 159 and 2 for one affair somewhere. From the top down, it's 135, 674, 2 on the bottom. Affair somewhere 360, 210 and 210. Two-tone terror 370 and $3. And shifting views $2.10 to show. Late daily double 2-1 at $3.30. The 1-7 exactor, it paid $11.60. 172 triactor $26.80. And the $1 superfecta 1726 at $53.25. Total wager on the afternoon's card was $22,333. Racing action returns to Nortside Downs next Saturday afternoon at 1 o'clock, featuring the Atlantic Sire Stakes for 2-year-old pacing fillies and the Phil Pinckney Nova Scotia Stake for 2-year-old pacing colts. From up top at the Downs, track announcer Shane Ryan bidding you a safe journey home. The notice for those still on track this afternoon. We do have one qualifier, and those couple of entries are getting ready to go to the gate right now. So please remain off the track as we wrap up the day with a qualifier here with 2 entries going to post immediately. Just a notice to horsemen and horsewomen, we're looking at a plan where the qualifiers for the rest of the season will follow the live cards. So if you put in to qualify for next Saturday, there's a good possibility that the qualifier will go following the live races, not in the morning. There was a cell phone lost here this afternoon at the Downs. If somebody found a cell phone, could they please return it to the parimutuel area? Field of 2 for the qualifier. It's Harry Holmes and Spicy Son of a Beach. We will announce the fractions throughout the mile. Opening quarter to Harry Holmes and Larry Snow in 30 4/5. Half miles up in 102 and 2. Three quarters in 133 and 3. mile for Harry Holmes and Larry Snow, 2:04 and 2.